ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second.
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
The most prestigious academy. I mean, if everything was going alright, then you wouldn't have an Ace Attorney protagonist come in there, would you? Welcome back to the Apollo Justice Trilogy, Dual Destinies, Case 3, Turnabout Academy. Heather James. And I did post it up to the Discord. Yes, I did. So, October 24th, 1:25 p.m., Themis Legal Academy. Oh no, I'm gonna be late! Well, I guess we can just ignore everything that we just saw for the time being. Finally. So this is it. The illustrious Themis Legal Academy. This is the place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors got their start. When news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back, he received a call from this school asking him to pay a visit. Man, and Phoenix remains quite humble, despite being a little bit of a celebrity. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we learned something from the experience. But no, I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late. At least it's not all business today. After all, today's their school festival. Hey, look at all this festivity. Including Justitia's dinner, a live performance. Gee, I wonder what kind of guitar player we're gonna see. There's gonna be a mock trial and culpable It's all legal related stuff. Wow, this place has a school festival written all over it. Literally. Look at the top of the screen. But why all the cold stares? Is it because everyone's in a school uniform except me? Well, I like the way I dress. Wonder where Mr. Wright and Apollo are. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the Mock Trial Committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Sounds like a mock trial's about to start. But where's this lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe I'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. Are we gonna see a little bit of mock trial? Hey there, Flare the Red Fox. I mean, Flare, you're usually here. I just read your full name. Happy to see me stream. Well, still doing it 3 days a week for the most part. A body has been discovered. I mean, isn't Phoenix Wright just Among Us but the aftermath? You've been playing Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl lately. That's a game that loves to kick your teeth in. Do tell. Themis Legal Academy. Alright. This must be the lecture hall. Wow, they spent some serious money on this place. District Court can't even compete. Ironically. Hey, Athena! Over here! Look at Happy Apollo. I mean, relatively speaking, compared to how he was at the end of the first case. I'm counted as a video game analysis channel. Well, to be fair, that's what I claim to want to do with this channel. So, glad YouTube is vouching for me a little bit. They got my back. Ah, Mr. Wright, Apollo. I've been looking for you two. I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. Sorry we couldn't wait for you. We don't want to be late for a meeting. Lucky for you, the person we're supposed to meet also seems to be running late. Well, that's ominous. Mr. Wright, Mr. Justice, it seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. Oh, hello there. An actual Greek statue of a man. I'm watching you. How unprofessional of her to keep visitors of our esteemed institution waiting like this. I shall make her right. I will not... Oh, who do we have here? Oh, right. You haven't been introduced yet. Ah, yes. You must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I am Aristotle Means, a professor at this hallowed hall of learning. Aristotle Means? What does Aristotle mean? Who is it that said that the means justify the result? The results justify the means? Let's see, who said that? The result justifies the means. Who said it? Okay, definitely not Aristotle. Apparently it's widely attributed to Machiavelli. A possible ancient source of the concept is the Roman poet Ovid's Heroides. He does not use the phrase in his wording. Alright. Aristotle Means. There has to be some meaning behind that. Pun kind of intended. I oversee the lawyer course here. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. I just realized that we are in Athena's point of view. Does that mean she's going to be the main lawyer on this case? That'd be pretty cool. It's nice to meet you, too. How wonderful. So vigorous and vivacious. You just earned yourself a gold star. He did it. I don't care what anybody says. He did it. Whoever that lady in the green jacket was, he killed her. I want to go through this dialogue. The big smile of his is kind of scary, though. What was the what's the anime that this makes you think of? You know the one. Is it Solo Leveling? Hold on a second. Solo Leveling smile. That's the one. He looks exactly like one of those Solo Leveling statues. It's like he's a cross between the Solo Leveling statue and a Shingeki no Kyojin Titan. I don't like it. I mean, it's very well done. It's got that sense of appeal. I just don't like it. He is now my number one suspect. Until the trial ends, it would be a really effective swerve if he is not the one who did it, but he is my number one suspect. He killed her. I say as the metagamer. Anyways. Athena is just in the corner having a complete meltdown over that man's grin, and Apollo has just been adjusting his tie. Looks like the mock trial is about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Oh, speaking of the mock trial, do either of you know what it's about? Oh, but I thought we had sent a pamphlet to your office. Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened to that? You won't be seeing it again. Trucy used it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Don't rip it up and restore it tricks don't not actually rip up the thing that you're trying to restore? Well, it seems I had better explain the situation then. Thank you, Professor. I've heard of my dog ate my homework. This is ridiculous. Now, does anyone have any questions? Hi there, Professor. Could you tell me all about your school? With an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking. Haha! If you smiled again. Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course. Likewise, budding prosecutors take the prosecutor course, and future judges the judge course. I'm so glad the legal system is that simple. Wow, you have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law. Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. After all, we are to be treated to a lecture by the legendary attorney, Phoenix Wright. We can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession. You're giving a lecture, Mr. Wright? But you're not even a professor. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Telling me about today's plans. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sort of. But I came here early because I was supposed to have a meeting with the head of the judge course, Constance Court. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court. She is a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. Oh, so that's who's late. Well, great. He knew she was late, and he punished her permanently. But I've heard our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow, in addition to today's lecture. A training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection, the proper way to strike the podium. How to project one's voice, and most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Huh? Who exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that to again? If anything, he knows how to make marketable plushies out of lawyers. What a wonderful question. You just earned yourself a gold star. Ha-ha! The great honor of taking a seminar by a famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in this mock trial. A crown jewel of the school festival. Keep talking. No. Do a different expression. The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. The top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a simulated court case set in this very school. As for the case itself, we select the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that. Ooh, a one-on-one battle? How thrilling! Brings to mind the Ace Attorney anime intro. The part where they're just standing up on the podiums and yanking on that chain. I have no idea what that even is about. So, the student studying to be a lawyer wins. they get to take my training seminar. But what if the other student wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that's a special surprise. A famous prosecutor? No, it can't be. I wonder if she's thinking of Edgeworth. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. Lady, you got a sunflower on your head? I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. Professor, the trial will begin shortly. Since you'll be delivering the pre-trial speech, would you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? Hi! How very organized you are, Jupiter. You just earned yourself a gold star, too. But what about Professor Court? Well, I suppose she'll eventually arrive. Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Not Jupiter, Juniper. I mean, the fact that you look like a Greek statue has me thinking of mythology now. Everybody's gonna be gods and planets in my head. Either that or from the Pantheon of the 12. I've got things on the brain, you know. Hey, look, it's Nothica. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper? Juniper Woods? Is that you? Hmm? Then... Athena? Athena? I just said that I had mythology on the brain, and we've been playing as Athena this whole time. I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were back from Europe. Wait, you two know each other? Huh, now that's a coincidence. We've known each other since we were kids. We're like best friends, right, Junie? Yes, well, we lived close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Apollo's here too. And, I mean, Phoenix isn't named after a specific god or anything, but he is the legendary Phoenix. It's almost as if they've had naming conventions going on here the entire time. If anything, Juniper, who I thought was Jupiter's the odd one out. Why won't she look at me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Not that I wouldn't mind taking in the mock trial you're putting in today. Unfortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no other exceptions are allowed. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is a part of the student curriculum, after all. I hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. I'll tell you what, Apollo. Why don't you take my place? What? Really? Sure. Besides, I'd like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. No fair. I want to see the mock trial too. Sorry, I'm going to let Apollo pull what little rank he has, if it's okay with Professor Means. But of course, Mr. Wright, if that is what you wish. It's settled then. We'll expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. Being the new kid sure stinks. If you would please follow me, I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. Unfortunately, since we're in Athena's perspective, we can't look at the mock trial. I'm sure it would have been great. Still no Professor Court. It's been over 30 minutes. And Mr. Wright's snoozing away on the sofa. He's a dad, all right. This is so boring. Should have hidden the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. Ugh! What was that? Don't worry. It was just a vase being knocked over. It was just the sound of destruction. Ugh. Athena. The worry is, here's some fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you. Well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere outside. Oh. Well, we'd better go have a look, seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. October 24th, Themis Legal Academy. Outdoor stage. Is this stage for some sort of concert? Kind of reminds me of a courtroom. Wait, Athena, behind the witness stand. What? The 67th skull count. Okay. Interesting. So the body got moved from where it originally fell. So the headmaster, I am never going to get off of him being the one who did it. The headmaster killed her, put her in that hallway, those 3 students found her, and they moved her over here. I'm guessing that's going to be a plot point. She was killed one place, moved somewhere else, and then the students kind of panicked and put her somewhere else so that they didn't get implicated. Because until I get the full story, he did it. Anyways, here's a body. Ah! Oh, she got Hunger Games. Professor Court, can you hear me? Professor! Oh wait, that was Phoenix talking. Wait, that's who we're supposed to be meeting with? Looks like our meeting's been cancelled for us. Cue the laugh track. No way! This can't be real! Professor Court, wake up! That's what I should have said. I called the police. They should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall, too. No, wait. They'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Huh? Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal. As long as we found it exactly... as long as you leave it exactly like we found it. Plus... No, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the steam's still fresh. But... Okay, you're the boss. Alright, let's take a look. We should start by studying the body. What's the best angle for this? Ah, we can rotate around. Ugh. Guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, I guess I'd better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a fully fledged lawyer. What's this now? What do we have here? A book? Guessing it fell out of her chest pocket. Wait, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has. True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to the late Professor Court. Oh, don't! Let's see, it's 22nd. Routine report, need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Looks more like a planner than a diary. Every page seems to have the same sword mark printed on it at that. I still think a girl deserves her privacy, but this may help us solve the case. Alright, course planner has been added to the... Court's records have been added to the court records. Alright, let's just look at the method here. There's an arrow stuck in her side. gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? This is a homicide any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands. A murder? Here? So that makes this arrow the murder weapon. Well, that and the bow that shot it. Alright, how much are you putting on that it wasn't shot from a bow? And that's gonna be a red herring. For all we know, someone stabbed it in, and we're gonna get hung up on a bow. Like, our client is probably gonna be an expert with a bow. And we're gonna be so hung up on this being a bow and arrow when the actual murderer probably stabbed it in. Or it's gonna be the opposite way around, and everyone is gonna say, well, an arrow doesn't need to be fired from a bow to be lethal. And then the real murderer ends up hiding the fact that they know how to use a bow the entire time. Right, but where could the killer have shot her from? The stage is a sea of obstructions. I'm not an expert on archery, but it can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around. Would it be possible to kill someone by stabbing them with an arrow? I'm not sure. Guess we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. The arrow that pierced the victim's side, it's stained with blood. Also, wonder how likely it is that the murder wasn't actually done with the arrow, and that it was something else, like poison or some such. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath, and then take a good look. Well, now that you mentioned it, there's no blood around it. Yet the victim's body is cold, and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. It would appear that quite some time has passed since Professor Court was murdered. Thing is, the quad was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial. Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? Ooh, I know. The killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall. That's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yep, I noticed that. Looks like she might have been tied up prior. Yeah, Professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually, her wrists were unbound, and as she reached up to stretch, she was killed? Actually, I'm not so sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. I think that's about all we're going to find out from the body for now. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 shades of pale. I was expecting 50. You should probably take a picture of the crime scene just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Just, say cheese! Cheese? Now, I thought I was the one with a twisted sense of humor. I think that should do it. I was expecting an ellipsis after say cheese, not an emphatic exclamation point. Athena is already further along the sick puppy scale than Phoenix is at his first in the first game. All right, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. Looks like the broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. Huh. There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. There were 2? Then that thing over there is the remains of another statue. This could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. What's this paper saying? There's something buried in the rubble. The Themis Herald. Wait, we should disturb it. Let's just read what we can. final act in a torn love triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he will confess to her if he wins. Alright, we got ourselves a schoolyard drama. Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. You find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body? But we're talking about my friend Junie here. She'd never lead on guys like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article is clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. You're right. But it's still disturbing, even if it's third-rate tabloid material. Nemus Herald added to the court record, and we are just gathering stuff up. Well, let's see here. Ooh, little itty-bitties. Wonder what this was a statue of. Whatever it was a reddish-purple in color. When Apollo and I first got here, both statues were already here, but they were covered up. And I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to this stage. You mean this duffel bag-looking thing was actually being used to cover the statues? I guess that just leaves the question. Were they broken by accident? Or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. Mr. Wright! Athena! Oh, here comes Apollo. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Listen! Something big's happened! I was at the mock trial when the police announced a body has been found on campus. That's right. We're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the witness stand over there. What? Can you show me? What the? You've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely a homicide. Once the police get here, no, I know it's a homicide. I'm shocked because it's the same. Exactly this. Hold on a second. You got two identical bodies? Whoa there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and explain what you mean. It's the same. The body, that is. It's just like how it was in the mock trial. They, even if the murder wasn't real, they really used, well, I'll keep it going. What? It's like the mock trial? I know, it sounds crazy, but the body's location and position, the murder weapon, and the lack of pooling blood? It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? It can't really be all the same, can it? Well, it means something. October 24, Themis Legal Academy. Everybody's putting on their big thonking face. The whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. Murder on campus. That's the last thing I expected at a legal academy. I'll go tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You two wait here until you've spoken with the police. Yes, boss. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe we have to wait around here. I can't stay still at times like these. I hope Junie hadn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing. Athena, I mean, Athena, there you are. Junie, am I glad to see you? I was worried that... Don't worry about me. I'm student council president, after all. I need to be strong. Student council president? Wow, I'm impressed. She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy. Juniper, was it? You mind if we ask you a few questions? Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police. There's really not much to do. Sure. What would you like to know? Tell me about yourself. I haven't seen you in ages, Junie. What has it been? 7 years or so? Yes. And I remember how you were always there for me, Athena. Maybe it's just me, but I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. Remember how you used to call me Athena? I liked it better that way. It felt like we were sisters, you know? Yes, but I'm student council president now. And as the student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I have to act properly. She was never this stiff and formal before. I knew you wanted to be a judge, but I didn't expect this. Such a prestigious school. And you're in the judge course to boot. Yes, and Professor Court had been in charge of it until, well, you know. Oh, right. Professor Court was the professor in charge of Junie's course. What sort of teacher was Professor Court? If I had to sum her up in a single word, I'd say she was amazing. A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law. What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Am I imagining things, or did I just detect something in Junie's voice? Professor Court chose my script for the mock trial. Oh? You mean all of the students in the judge course had to submit a script? And yours was the one she selected? Wow, that's amazing, Junie! Oh, thank you. But now Professor Court is... Who would do such a thing? Just yesterday we were working together, trying to get things ready. Yep, there it is. Excuse me. Are you alright, Junie? Maybe you should take it easy for a while. So she's still got that cough. Guess he's not as strong as he pretends to be. Why do you need a script in a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor? Well, we were simulating a trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved are included in the script. We also prepared a crime scene, photos, a murder weapon, and other kinds of evidence. Wow, you guys think of everything. Must be hard getting all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script or other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in the entire school who knew all of the details. Must have been a big pain in the... I mean, that must have been really difficult. I wrote the script so that the case should go either way. That way, the defense and the prosecution both had an equal chance of winning. I don't know if that's really representative of actual law, but I'm not a lawyer. If you think that's all she's capable of, you got another thing coming. Huh? Who said that? Juniper's genius doesn't stop at her brilliant script. Yeah! She gave an award-winning performance as the defendant, man! I don't know if that's the voice I'm gonna go with, but I think I found a rival to my own cords of steel. You, Robert. For a minute there, I thought she said, ugh, Robin. But no, it's Hugh and Robin. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests? Look, it's the Blue Oni and Red Oni. As Student Council President, I won't have you treating them rudely. Huh, you're right. I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. Tuh. That would be you too. Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes. Yep, I'm Athena Sykes. Oh, I thought you were Apollo. And I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. I'll pass on the handshake. O'Connor. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The name's Hugh O'Connor. But some call me Mr. Perfect, because I never score less than 100% on tests. Ugh. Most pretentious introduction ever. Now what's with his hand? Is it glued to the inside of his pocket or what? Yeesh! Let me first apologize for Hugh's totally rude introduction. Sorry! Here's my intro. I'm Robin Newman. I'm studying to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails the bad guys. Duh! No, where's the sincerity? So he makes pottery too. What's that bracelet contraption for? Junie sure has made some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and prosecutor in today's mock trial. And even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. Final act in Torrid Love Triangle, centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. Can we know more about this whole she-devil shtick? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie? Tuh. Juniper, come on. Your role's way beyond that. That's right! The mock trial's just a start. She's also in the school festival's main event. Live on stage, Juniper Woods, and the crowd goes bananas! Whoa! We got a blue archive player. I'm supposed to sing at the school festival. All the other girls were too embarrassed to try out, so... My Junie's singing? On stage in front of people? Wow, she really has changed. Well, tell us more about your performance. I was responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. Sick. That's going on straight to the Mog Station. And this is what I'll be wearing. Is that Lamir Waz outfit? That's amazing, Junie. But then again, you were always good at that kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Oh, thank you. One of my favorite things to do is to look up at the stars in the middle of the forest. Huh. So you're a fan of the night sky, then? Well, Apollo, didn't know you were much of a romantic. It's not like that. I have this friend, he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space. Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised. Damn. The more things change, the more Apollo catches strays. As student council president, I cannot allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. Ah, I think she's angry. Well, at least someone's on Apollo's side. The stage costume is added to the court record. Interesting. The costumes were no problem. As for singing, I'm not sure No! You can do it! That's right. Anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. It's like a chivalrous love triangle. A damsel in distress and two knights in shining armor. Maybe that famous Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, I wonder how the mock trial turned out. That's asking the real questions here. So, how did the mock trial end? We were just about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. I guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a fake murder trial. It ended right before the verdict. Talk about bad timing. You got something to share with the class, Hugh? I was this close, man! I bet I would have won! I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? Zen and the Art of Mastering the Bar exam. Civil law, corporate law, and criminal law. We'll settle this some other time. And I assure you, I will win when that time comes. Like I'm gonna let that happen? I don't think so! I hope they don't end up hurting each other. Robin's more likely to hurt himself. Oh, don't worry. The three of us have been good friends since we enrolled here. We even have proof of our friendship. Proof? Like, physical evidence proof? Yes. We're studying for a career in law, and in the legal world, evidence is everything. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. Ah, the famed Themis Legal Academy ingenuity at work. So, what exactly is this proof of friendship, anyway? Well, it's a secret. And if I show you, it would be bad luck. Oh. Okay. I knew it. There's definitely some discord in Junie's voice. Our friendship is sacred and inviolable. It's not something to be purely put cheaply on display. Proof? We don't need no stinking proof. Us three are friends forever! I can hear discord in their voices too. But they're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? Something wrong with it, you know? No, it's nothing. Oh. Alright then. Hey, isn't that... Everyone, stay right where you are. Don't move a muscle. I knew it. Detective Fulbright? Is something wrong? Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends. Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Juniper Woods, you're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court. Well, isn't that on brand? What? Wait a second. What's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie? Please, Detective Fulbright. We're involved in this case too. Aha! So you're the lawyers the dispatch said were first on the scene. I can tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for the arrest. Number 1. The suspect led somebody to where the body was. I didn't. And number 2. The crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in her script. But you can't arrest her on just those grounds. True, but wait, there's more. However, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me to say no more than that. So Blackwell's the prosecuting attorney on this one too. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why, there's blood on this! I've never seen a drop of blood in my life! That's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. Now, if you would, officers. Yes, sir. But... Junie, I have to do something. I can't let them take her away like this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Ha ha! Justice prevails!
Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer! Junie! I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got. Athena. Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
You have just enough time to get a little sentimental. Hate to interrupt your bonding time, but... Aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer. Well, I don't have much experience, and I may need Apollo and Mr. Wright's help at times. But nobody believes in Junie as much as I do. I'll help you too, Juniper. There's no way you murdered your professor. Athena, Apollo, thank you both. I'm counting on you. We've got your back, Junie. Guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station. Ha ha ha! I can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. And I can't believe I accepted her case without asking Mr. Wright. Take a deep breath and relax, Athena. I'm here to help with whatever you need, so let's get right on the case. Right. I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's going to solve this case, it'll be me. Time to investigate. Well, that smug little... He hasn't even finished law school. You! That was totally rude! You're not only on the case too, man. I'm in too. Big time. Juniper Woods! Now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Oh, right. You said the victim's location, position, and so were just like in the script. Exactly. Without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps I could help. Air forehead. Here he comes! That must have been the celebrity prosecutor that they brought opposite Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? They've got his theme from Ace Attorney 4. Nice. You two seem to know each other. Is someone going to introduce me? Why, I do believe we have a fresh face here. Greetings, Fräulein. I am Clavier Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I am most famous for my former rock band. You were quite popular, you know, but regrettably, the band went kaput. By the way, check out these killer collarbones. Ha! I could cut paper with them like that. Perhaps you've heard of us? The Gaviners? I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But, can I get your autograph? You just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph? Forgive me, Fräulein, but I've retired from the music biz. But I'd be happy to offer my autograph as a rock star prosecutor, Clavier Gavin. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one then. She's a lively one, eh, Air Forehead? Didn't know she was your type. She's the newest member of Wright Anything Agency, that's all. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena Sykes. Now that the intro's out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me, yeah, there, Forehead. That's a good question. So, what are you doing here, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss, to give a lecture and a training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited. And I have another crucial role to play. The Gaviners are getting back together for a one-time special performance. Even though you guys disbanded? Which was a shame, by the way. Really? Yeah. I know how much you, adored our music, Air Forehead. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, is that performance Junie mentioned? I see you've already heard about that. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage. And the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. Oh, okay, that's what the statues were. Mr. Phoenix Wright and Mr. Clavier Gavin. Where's Edgeworth in all this, by the way? He wasn't in Ace Attorney 4, and he hasn't turned up in Ace Attorney 5 at all. The two big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are those supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fräulein. They were so big and magnificent too. Ugh, what a terrible waste. But the worst part of this whole thing is, my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. Well, the tangled webs we weave. So, Constance Court was your professor here at the Academy. She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. She was fond of saying, the end is the only justified through proper means. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. Interesting. So, the popular phrase is that the ends justify the means, but the way that Constance taught him was the opposite. That the ends can only be justified through the means. I can feel Prosecutor Gavin's sadness. Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Though I can't blame you. Prosecutor Gavin knows a lot of who he is to Professor Court. Exactly. So as you can see, we're both joined in purpose, so to speak, yeah? Now, let's rock this place hard. Eh? I don't follow. What, let's rock what? Forget already, Air Forehead? I said I'd help you explain the mock trial. We're going to reprise it right here in the lecture hall. Ha! Might help us catch your killer. Alright. Would be interesting if this ended up being the first court sequence. Mock trial reenactment. Alright, so is this actually going to be the first trial sequence? This is a grand Ace Attorney 4 reunion right here. Right. The stage is ready. And you, Air Forehead, ready to rock? No. The defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Junie's masterpiece? The one everyone's been talking about? Yeah, there's only one in existence. I, borrowed it, if you will. Hey, you're the legendary guest prosecutor. You can do whatever you want. Now, Fräulein, we'll need you to play the part of defendant and judge as per the script. Okay, got it. I've only read the case outline so far. I don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, Air Forehead, will play the part of a fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. All the evidence is also here with us. We have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Très bien! Let's get started! Defendant/Judge Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Court is now in session for a reenactment of the mock trial. Haha! Or what I'd like to call the mock trial. A double mockery, perhaps, but a trial is still a trial. Ah, tum, baby! It's no holds barred! Let's rock! Ah, can't we take it easy today?
Objection!
It may just be a mock of a mock, but there's only one way to compete. You play to win. So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Right. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. Oh, so it's not really a trial. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, if you please. You got it, Fräulein Judge. Our case is set in a school very much like this one. The victim, a professor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh me, oh my. I'm innocent! Innocent, I tell you! That's some seriously bad acting, Fräulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Air Forehead, how did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. He reacted with, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." That's not what I would have picked to focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know what's important in that one. In any case. Wait, who reacted that way? Mr. Newman. Oh, that's Robin. Let me see. Look at the court record. Yep, Robin Newman. They were just in there. Why did he talk about the green sweatsuit? I get the feeling it's not as savory as I wish it were. Both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Court was wearing a sweatsuit. Moving right along...
Hold it!
Hey, wait a sec. The body was discovered in the same area as the mock case, although there was a stage. Plus, the murder weapon, an arrow, and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right. Therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So let's keep rocking it hard, just like that. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. It's called getting into character, Air Forehead. Don't be such a wet blanket. Right, let's see. Oh yeah, then Hugh said... A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen, holding a bow in the archery club room, which had a clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. Nine, Air Forehead. That feigned swagger does not suit you in the least. Order! Order! Especially you, Mr. Justice! Me? I was just trying to get into it like Mr. Euro Rockstar said. So, the victim was shot from the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence, the defendant could not be the killer. That seems to be the defense's assertion. Prosecutor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes that the edges of the victim's wounds were unusually ragged. Could such physical trauma possibly result from an arrow shot from a bow? 9! I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand, post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. When Robin was prosecutor, he had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. Well, he's just a student, a warm-up act, while I'm the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most likely the awl that was left in the art room. And awl? What was that? I mean, and all you say, what might that be? It's a kind of tool used for poking holes in paper, wood, and other materials. Like rock? You know, that you use to chisel? Statues? Made by pottery experts? It's kind of like an ice pick. I have a photo here if you're interested. Gross. It's all bloody up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely, Fräulein. Pretty realistic, yeah? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. God, Clavier in 3D has twice the riz. That animation transitioning from the laughter to his hunched over animation is just... It was as if he was trying to swish his hair. Furthermore, the traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So, the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? Boy, am I glad I'm not on the hook for answering these questions. We got a script. The murder took place in the 3rd floor of the room, where the body was found in the quad. Must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance area and storehouse right outside the art room, and a cart used to carry balls around was found there. Oh, I think I've seen one of those before, but that's a pretty big one. The jumbo, yeah. Big enough to fit a person or a body in it. The defendant dropped the body from the art room window, then moved it with the cart. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say!
Objection!
A body dropped from 3 stories up would show signs of massive blunt force trauma.
Objection!
That is Clavier's voice? I mean, that makes sense, but... wasn't expecting it to be that high. That may be true, but... you failed to account for the large high jump mat in the storehouse. A body dropped into such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. Yikes. It's almost scary how similar this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Quite the crafty killer. In an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club, they moved the body to the quad where it would be an easy shot from the club room. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the all-stab wound. Sounds like he only has high praise for Junie's script. Were there any further arguments from the defense? Nope. Seemed like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied too. Time for the finale then. Your verdict, if you will, for a lying judge. Eh? Oh, right, that's me. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods... Wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, I don't want to declare Junie guilty. Yeah, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's enter a mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. Thanks, you two. That little run-through of the mock trial cleared up quite a few things. The mock trial script, now add to the court record. Oh, tum, baby. The prosecution's already got a witness sized up, too. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. Well, like I said, I just want to catch whoever killed Professor Court. There's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Huh. Anyway, I won't say goodbye, as I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. I always thought prosecutors were all a rather scary bunch, but Prosecutor Gavin seems pretty nice. Yeah, he's not so bad as prosecutors go. We should get back to investigating too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. And we also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accepted Junie's case. Right. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. Well, let's see here. I'm guessing I don't need to talk to Apollo. Yeah, any ideas in the investigation? So, I guess the best place to start is, the scene of where we found everything. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The crime scene is off limits to students. I'm not a student. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, right. Just because you're in law school doesn't mean you're a lawyer. You should see what she did to the last cop who said something like that to her. Why, are you threatening an officer of the law? Yikes! No, it's not a threat. It's more like a friendly warning. Guess we should go before I get myself arrested for assaulting an officer. Don't we have badges we can show? Or do they just cease to exist when it's inconvenient? Ah, Mr. Wright. I heard they arrested your friend Juniper. Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in. I refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. We must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means. Well, there you go. He said the thing. The end... So his philosophy is, the end justifies the means. Is he trying to say that his actions are justified because he is the means that is being justified by the end? What do you mean, the end justifies the means? Ah, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not? Of course I do. Junie wouldn't even hurt a fly. Ah, jeez, he did it. He so did it. Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. This is the height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible. Sure, I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of that. The end justifies the means part. I think Phoenix would agree with you there. Anyone else stuttering? No? Nothing on my end. I have my stream health window open, and OBS is telling me whenever I drop any frames. So if it's on anybody, it's not on me. Well, you are still young and idealistic. It's no wonder you failed to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. You're going to take her case, Professor Means? I may be a professor, but I'm still licensed to practice law. In fact, I've even battled Professor Court in court. No kidding. So you guys were rivals or something? No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the academy and in court. You see, both Professor Court and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class. Wow, I bet they both used to really bring it. Now, if you would excuse me, I'd best go discuss the case with Juniper. Professor Means, please wait. I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take her case. It's true. Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence. Really now? You too? And when were you planning on telling me? Sorry, boss. I know we should have asked first, but relax. Your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions, and I think you made the right one. How wonderful. Very well, Athena Sykes. Let me ask you just one thing. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? Ha, that's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have a friend such as you. As her professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. And if you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once. Let's hope it never comes to that. Now, if you would excuse me, I'm going to go practice my smile. So we've got two saying that it's stuttering. No, we got one stutter, we got one buffering, and we've got everything's running smooth. Well, we got two running smooth, including me. Well, time's a-wasting. You better start investigating and fast. But first, how about I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please! Have you learned anything new about the case? Actually, I ran into Prosecutor Gavin, and he told me something interesting. Seems the murder took place in the art room. There's traces of a large pool of blood there. So the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage. What? Really? Just like the mock trial again? The police are searching the art room. Whether they'll find anything... Well, what? Come to think of it... Let's do our own... Yeah, Phoenix really pushed for doing our own investigation, just in case the police yanked anything away from us. What's Phoenix keeping from us? Does he know of any sort of foul play going on? Now, where was I again? But there's really no need to talk about it right here, right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. So, were you shocked by your conversation with Professor Means? Oh, I guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking. The Dark Age of the Law. I'm sure you've heard those words before. Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges, and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days. But the question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy. Not find the truth, just produce results. Well, that in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Right. As long as those results come by fair and honest means. Oh, but what was it that Professor Means said? The end justifies the means? Getting spoopy. To survive the Dark Age of the Law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. That's what they're preaching here at the Themis Legal Academy. But what'll happen to our legal system if results are all that matter anymore? Relax. It's just a rumor. I'd take it with a grain of salt if I were you. Oh, that's a relief. You had me going there for a minute. Wait a second. What if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason? Maybe he was worried someone might actually tamper with the evidence. I think that about wraps up what I know so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Ms. Wood's script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify the same and what's different. Okay, I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus. Oh, yeah, a new area opened up, the maintenance area. Kitty. I see a kitty, and in the upper left corner I see a pelvis, and I also see a piece of that building has been crashed and smeared. Wonder if that's going to be relevant. So, this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said that the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor. Yeah, that area where the building is damaged sticks out like a sore thumb. And that the body was dropped from there onto a high jump mat from the storehouse. Right. Then he claimed the body was transported to the stage in a ball cart. And then... Oh, there's someone else here. Hey, it's Robin. Whoa! You scared the crap out of me! Ooh, right back at you. So, what are you doing out here? I'm working out so I can become strong enough to save Juniper! But I'm so worked up, my training brace is almost breaking at the seams! Alright. The girl you like got arrested, so you're psyching yourself up to rescue her? Yes, because I'm the manliest of manly men! I wasn't gonna say anything, but... when I first saw your design, I thought you were a tomboy. That's why I work out with my manly brace! Except that I hear some discord in that manliest of men's voice of yours. I don't mean to be rude, but can't you talk without shouting? Sorry! I'll try not to shout so much, if at all possible, that is. Robin is the best Robin. That's a good way to put it. Are you talking about all Robins from across fiction? Or just the best Robin that we see right now? Because the answer is yes. Which is not at all possible by the sound of it. So, do you mind if I ask you some questions as Junie's lawyer? No problem! Ask away! Keep 'em coming, man! The best Robin currently in this case. Are you hinting that there's gonna be another Robin popping up? Because that'd be funny. Ouch! My ears ache already. Robin, could you tell me a little more about yourself? You want to know about me? I'm a second-grade member of the Fine Arts Club! Fine Arts Club? So remembering the broken pottery or plaster. There's supposed to be 2 statues on the stage. And that someone from the Fine Arts Club had made them. Did you make it? 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? This must be you and Mr. Wright. Bingo, Fräulein. They were big and magnificent too. What a waste. Time to tip the scales. Yep. That's, that oftentimes comes the case when I think about Robins. I also think of Teen Titans. And I think of the guy, and I think about the guy with the bow. Ironically enough, that there's a bow in this case. Man. Disney's Robin Hood is peak Robin Hood. You bet I did! Both of them! Put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man! It must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that. Nah! I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get me down. Explain. Professor Court was the Fine Arts Club advisor. She was all about truth and beauty, man! She always said, the only good result is the truth. That and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results! Yes! I'm totally on your guy's side. She must have been an incredible woman. Yeesh. You call me loud when I practice my chords of steel. Aw, man! Why'd I have to take the prosecutor course? I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I'll clear Junie's name. You'll see. 3 of us had a dream. We swore we'd make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge. The 3 of us would hold a fair and honest trials. The dark age of the law? Ha! We were gonna put a nail in its coffin, man! Wow, you guys swore to do that? But no, that stupid school rule had to ruin it. School rule? Which one? Anyone with prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid holier-than-thou school! A tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Junia will never become a judge unless I can prove her innocence. And if I fail, the 3 of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Well, what do you think about this article that says that you have something for Junie? That paper! So, Robin, is this article true? The author of that article has been gunning for the 3 of us for some reason. It's been nothing but trashy articles like this as long as I can remember. Maybe the author just wants your attention? No way, man! The venom in those articles is way beyond that. I wonder. Can you tell me about the mock trial? The final showdown was cancelled because of that murder. This topic sure seems to strike a rotten nerve. Hope it doesn't come between you guys. You kidding? Our friendship, it's like a diamond, only tougher. Tah! It's like a powder keg before a spark. Tah! Like a calm before the storm. In other words, it's under a lot of pressure and ready to blow up at any moment. Alright, guess we'll move. Maybe he was hanging out in the lecture hall. Hey, what's up, Hugh? Oh, it's you two. Do you want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating of your own. Nope, nothing yet. I'm afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. You don't really think Juniper could have done something like this, do you? Only the author and the victim knew the contents of that script. Both the stage and the art room were in the exact same state as described therein. Nobody could mimic the crime like that unless they'd already read the script or wrote it. But, look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him. Here it is again. I'm picking up some discord in Hugh's voice. Hugh, would you mind telling me a bit about yourself? Yummy. Had a big lunch, a big dinner. I'm 6'1", none of this uniform. I'm 100% lean muscle. My grades are outstanding, and I am the ace of the archery club. Needless to say, I never miss my mark. So that's a bow he's carrying around, isn't it? Oh, and I'm incredibly humble, too. How can he even say that with a straight face? Those around me call me a genius, but I pay them no mind. When it comes to tests, I always get 100%. So I suppose it's only natural for them to say I'm a genius. But, as I said before, I pay them no mind. I heard you the first time. What about the mock trial? Sounded like you were about to lose to Robin. There's a very good reason for that. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. You saw the body? Right. I was so distraught that I basically handed Robin a victory. You're sweating bullets there, my man. Would you mind telling us a little more about that? Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. Everyone was there, in here, in the lecture hall. Alright, this is the announcement. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. That's right. There was an announcement, and then everyone came in here. The only exceptions were the mock trial participants. Ooh, we're breaking out the diagrams. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door. Wow, your own personal dressing rooms? That's total VIP treatment. Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings. They don't even have windows. The other two waited patiently in their rooms. That's not my style. So I headed over the archery range on the other side of the quad. The archery range, you say? I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way to relax. Then, just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back towards the main building. As I walked across the quad, I passed in front of the stage. So that's when you saw the body. Fun fact, if you remember the old hamster dance meme, the song is just the intro song to Disney's Robin Hood sped up fairly significantly. Oh my god! Is that real? 'Cause yeah, that is basically at 1-to-1 and sped up. The hamster dance is Nightcore Robin Hood. How are they allowed to get away with that? And I actually remember the hamster dance before it was even a meme. I remember when they were playing it unironically on the radio. At least it was Radio Disney. By the way, I also remember Radio Disney. By the way, I went to the flea market yesterday, and you will never believe what I managed to pick up. Let me just boot this up. You can see it, can't you? So assuming that my GameCube and my Game Boy player are working, we're gonna go straight to this after my next long form game. And the best part about it is, I was just looking in a gigantic bin of Game Boy Advance games, right? And I was looking for a Mega Man game, because I know what the Mega Man cartridge looks like. And I saw this. This is the actual cartridge it came on. Just a dilapidated, dog-eared cartridge with the word Mega Man written on it in Sharpie. And I just asked the guy, hey, do you know which game is on this? So he actually had a DS available. He popped it in, and I saw that title come up, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So, it's mine now. I have reclaimed a piece of what has been lost to me. That's amazing. I agree. And unfortunately, that flea market is... we visited that flea market because we heard that it was... they were closing it down to repurpose the space. But yeah, that's another piece of the Mega Man classic history that I can now preserve. No skeezy Walmart deals needed here. Precisely. How much was that? Let me see. How much was that? Okay, for some reason it needs to verify my identity here. Well, not verify my identity, but it gives me a CAPTCHA. Never mind! It's not working. Let's see. Mega Man and base. Then we go to the shopping tab. Okay, so it's that much. Anyways, yeah. Alright, so Connor, you saw the body. Right. It was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit it, my legs were shaking, and apparently her eyebrow was twitching at the same time. I could have easily beaten Robin if it hadn't been for that. Wait. Hold it right there. You went through with a mock trial even though you had just discovered a body? Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Ugh. Where'd you get that? So, this article in the Themis Herald is true. Winner of the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junie. Right. But if I reported the body I found, the whole thing would have been called off. He really wanted to win that bad? Enough to ignore a dead body? Sorry. That's not normal. Or could their love for Junie really be that strong? Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. It may prove useful at tomorrow's trial. Good, because that's all I have to say about the matter. Thanks. And don't worry, we'll prove Juniper's innocence. You'll see. I can't say you to inspire much confidence. Okay, Athena, what next? Let me see here. Anything that I want to present to you, sir? Mock trial script, the stage costume, the arrow. That's from the archery club. We let the school use it for the mock trial. Never figured it would end up being used like it was. Of course, the real murder weapon isn't an arrow at all. I know. The fact remains that it was used in this whole insidious plot. But a mouth breather like you couldn't possibly understand. You're now second on my list of people I hope that it actually ends up being. You see, archery is a sport that demands advanced mental focus. And the killer's actions have done harm to its image. I know exactly what you mean, except for that mouth breather remark. Well, let's hope that someday you will, because it couldn't be any more self-evident. I like him less and less every time he opens his mouth. Alright, so we were at the Let's see the hallway. Is Phoenix still there? Phoenix is still there. Maybe the policeman has calmed down. Looks like it. I thought the area was cordoned off. Hey, the police are discussing something over there. Ooh, I know. Let's quietly sneak over for a listen. Here goes. Athena, watch for your... Huh? Ah! Ow! Who put this stupid box here? Wait. Ugh! Apollo! This box, there's... What now? There's someone or something inside. Don't let it be a snake! Snake? Snake? You morons just blew my cover. What the? There really is someone inside. That someone is me, Miriam Scuttlebutt. And I'm a senior in the judge course. What's with the box? It's the fate of we who live in the shadows. There's a very good reason why none may see my face by the light of day. Wait, if you're taking the judge course, did you write a mock trial script too? You at least want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Who cares? I'm sure it was rejected for a good reason. This girl. Yeah, her name is Miriam. Yep, and everyone is finishing the snake for me. Thank you very much. Alright. If there was a full-on waifu, you know, a fully grown, eligible waifu that was in a box, would... Oh, so you're studying to be a judge too? You must be classmates with Juniper. Are you a friend of hers? Juniper? Sure, she's my friend. That's why I'm gathering info. I saw that, James. What if your waifu was just like the box stays on? Is that a deal breaker or no? Now, tell me all you know. You know, for tomorrow's trial. For tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm gonna take the stand, naturally. So, the witness for the prosecution is some weirdo in a cardboard box. Gah! This disguise is how I get my scoops. But you're right. It's me. So tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. A lawyer with brains as bad as his ears? Poor Juniper. I'm taking the stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time? Uh-oh. You're looking a little blue around the gills there. Athena, my bracelet's reaching. Reacting, even. Really? That means a lie already. That was quick. Alright, let's get ourselves a safety save going, shall we? Options G. We can make it work. Can you get in the box too? Alright, let's see here. What am I looking for? For Juniper's sake. Alright. Let's see, confirm. Okay, back. Oh, look at that. Your fingers curl up when you talk about Juniper's sake. It's not for Juniper's sake, is it? Uh-huh. What you hiding? That's strange. You suddenly tightened your grip when you said, for Juniper's sake. Can you get in the box too? You can fit? You're small? Solaris wants to be in the box too. So what you're telling... So right now in the box, AQ and Solaris in their box, with the waifu, so that's 3 people. Auditor Catone, are you joining in? You just said you can make it work. You didn't specify whether you were getting in the box. This is important. You think Snake is jealous that Miriam has a box that can sweat? He's never had a box that could do that. Well, the thing is, the box is supposed to conceal him. I love you guys. It's like you subconsciously tensed up because you're lying. Tuh! What are you talking about? When did I ever lie? Okay then, let me ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness? That's an easy one. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. The editor-in-chief, you say? The person who's approving or writing all of these, salacious articles? I know everything there is to know around campus. Even the darkest of secrets. Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, it's a lonely, one-woman operation. I do it all myself, from reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed? I'm a perfect storm of journalism, because I bring it all to the table. And this is the evidence. Here. I'm not touching that. An extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Junie's best interests in mind. What? You questioning our friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do, because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence. That's the Themis Herald, the paper I publish. What about it? Are you really that dense? This article is full of malicious lies about Junie, including about her being black-hearted she-witch. I don't think a friend would put that into an official article. You know, I don't question your friend group A humor, but publishing something like that is going a bit far, don't you think? It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. Got all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one. Yes, the other woman in the one-woman operation. I don't think so, Miriam. You even said it yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation, or did you forget already? If you just given me the info you have, stupid pawn. Juniper's just using you. Alright, now let's hear some true facts. Now, I want the truth, Miriam. You hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper, isn't that right? You're not really friends with Juniper, are you? No, duh. She's the target of my scoops, and my readers demand dirt. Extra, extra. The dirty little secret of the squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret? Alright, what are you planning to say in court, huh? I'm a witness to her part in the crime. I'm gonna tell it all in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. If Means didn't commit the murder, then he certainly caused it to happen with his ends justify the means talk. Everyone, it's like, rather than pursuing the truth, all that Aristotle Means is teaching people is just win. That's it. So everyone is going to be prompted to be as nasty as possible. So if he didn't do it, which I'm not saying he didn't do it, I think he did it. But if he didn't do it, he definitely would have been the reason for it happening. The end justifies the means. Wait a second. In this dark age of law, many of us embrace Professor Means' methods, even future judges. I've even adopted an ends justifies the means brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over our campus, secretly recording every last word without anyone being any of the wiser. I'm pretty sure around my parts that could get you arrested. Oh. I should write the script for a game one of these days. I think the exact same as so many writers. You've already been spoiled and who actually did it. You won't be spoiling that for anyone who doesn't already know. Well, I don't know who it is. I'm only 99% sure that Aristotle did it. Aristotle Means. That's just illegal in general. I mean, I figure. And one of them was at the scene of the crime. The art room. You put a tape recorder in the art room. What did it record? You want to know? You really want to know? Yes, please. That's so nice of you to... I can really tell you now. The big scoop comes out in court tomorrow. You're so mean, Miriam. Yes. The ends justify the mean. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure had opened between the three of them. Who? Junie, Hugh, and Robin? And what do you mean by a fatal fissure? Why would I accuse the most trustworthy guy around? Let's just say that Titans aren't exactly known for not killing people. Juniper, Hugh, and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to be? They still seem to get along fine to me. I did sense some discord, though. You don't know anything. Professor Means has his followers, and Professor Court had theirs. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to the extreme ideas you and Professor Means have? Why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of that dark and into the light? I can see fine in here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Okay, Rico. Then you'll realize how guilty Juniper Woods really is. Gonna have to cross-examine her tomorrow. I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. You're right. Let's see what else we can find out. Well, I think I've talked to everyone who's somehow linked to the case. Oh, it disturbs my slumber. Oh. Everyone was talking about the flea market. Man, I need to turn up my system volume. To be fair, the entire Greek pantheon is pretty messed up. The actual Hades is probably the chillest of the lot. You know, I've actually heard that. It's like, we know that Lucifer was kicked out of heaven, and that Hades was... Aw, man. I don't know which backstory is actually right. Wait, what's the actual backstory of Hades? You know, the accurate one to the real faith, or the actual mythology. It's like, well, if you don't fit in with those people, then I think that actually looks well on you. Maybe it's about time we wrapped up our investigation. Yeah, Hades, the great god Hades, the OG. Not James Woods. Even though James Wood Hades is goated. I know they're separate figures. I'm just saying that there are some similarities. Oh, wait. We haven't met with Junie yet. Yeah, you're right. Let's head over to the detention center. Here we go. Let's see that flower. Thena, thank you so much for coming. She called me Thena like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Tell me about the script. Junie, the crime is unfolding exactly like your script. Any idea what's going on here? You wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial. The only people who knew the details were Professor Court and I. Nothing we haven't heard already so far. However... Yes? What is it, Junie? Well, there was this one article in the new school paper. You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article, if you ask me. I've been worried that the trial would wreck the friendship between Robin, Hugh, and me. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys are hoping to take it to the next level. Oh, the passion of high school drama. Wish I could have experienced it. Have you experienced high school drama? And if you haven't, do you wish that you could have experienced it? And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. Junie has a favorite. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. So if Robin had won, Hugh wouldn't have been able to confess his love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship the same. Oh, okay. So only Hugh planned to confess. It wasn't about favoring Robin, it was about keeping Hugh from doing something silly. Got it. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry. I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court, huh? You never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected places. Thanks, Juniper. Now tell me about all. I already told you all. No. All. I was wondering about that all you had on when you were arrested. Yep, they found the ice pick. They found a sharp object in her pocket. That's evidence they made for the mock trial. I mean, that was the one with not blood but paint on it. Fulbright didn't like it though. He brought out the fangies. It was the murder weapon from the mock trial. Professor Court and I were prepping in the art room until the day before the trial. I didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested. Or was it planted there? Then we have nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime. Shouldn't! Still, that blood red color on the all bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but it probably was just paint, but that's what bothers me. It wasn't on the all when we were prepping it yesterday. It wasn't. Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Thena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and the awl with what looked like blood on it. A key? And the awl? Professor Court normally has the art room key since she's the Fine Arts Club's advisor. And since the key was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who had painted the awl to look like it had blood on it. After all, she always insisted that the props should be realistic, so... The awl suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too. But let's not jump the gun on this. You and Professor Court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? What was the last time you saw her? Yes, I left the school around 6 p.m. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. I would have never guessed she'd end up like this. It looks like we're about out of time. Thank you for coming to see me. We'll do everything we can to prove you innocent tomorrow. I know. And I believe in you, Thena. Ah, she smiles. Well, I should go now. Bye. Best girl. Best girl on this screen right now. Sorry, officer. But you're not smiling. Is she gonna be alright? She's like a shadow of the girl we met back at the academy. The Junie I knew was always like that. a little weak and sickly. But the fact that she's lifted her facade shows that she trusts us. Even still, what is it? Well, when Junie and her two friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts. Seriously? Yeah, but it was really faint. Might have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship. Is there? Don't worry. Everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship. Let me modify my camera here. Better. There's only one way to know if my camera's right. Kirby's about to fall over. I don't want that to happen. I'll have to look at his positioning later on. I suppose you're right. Might as well forget about that and concentrate on the trial. Yep, tomorrow's the big day. Let's sort out what we know so far. Okay. The victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then, her body was moved to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. I wish those are the only similarities they shared. Explain. What I mean is, the script in this case are exactly the same in almost every respect. So it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no. The mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win. Well, that's not gonna happen. This time, Junie will be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo. He's the king of being fine. Oh, you got that right. Apollo is one fine lawyer. You kidding me? Yeah. Junie would agree with that sentiment. I mean, current day Junie, not flashback Junie. On to the next chapter. District Court, defendant lobby, number 3. Ugh, my butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced this fast since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high? Relax. Everyone's nervous their first time. Oh, boy. The Colossal Titans here. So, my fears weren't unfounded, after all. Today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal, and willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction. There's that the ends justify the means concept again. Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justifies the means. I wish he'd stop saying that. That's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper in my own way. But Miss Sykes, just yesterday you told me. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. That's a good sentiment, but the answer was the truth. If this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Aye, aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficacy the hard way. That's a bit harsh, ain't it, Prof? Grrr! Reminds me of the Dawn Trail hunt trains. Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave it at that? Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just, I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can. I do too, but... Now, if you would excuse me... Ugh. Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena. And don't forget to keep smiling. Now that smile is the eye bleach that I needed after all the times that Means smiled. I'll be fine. I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when a lawyer has to force their biggest smiles. The trial's about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please. Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena this time. Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me. That's right, I have Apollo to back me up. Oh shoot, we're gonna be seeing Apollo in the support slot. Let's go. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. So we've had Phoenix with Athena supporting, we've had Apollo with Athena supporting, and now we're going to get Athena with Apollo supporting. When are we going to get a court case where Phoenix is supporting? Surely that's going to happen at some point, right? Court is now in session. All rise! Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. Every Ace Attorney stream is just me waiting until I can do my judge voice. Athena Sykes, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. You sure you're okay? I'll be fine. Your baldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. Oh, this case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now, summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your baldness. You're still as a statue, baby. Whatever gave you the idea? Bailiff, please call the first witness. And now we don't even get an opening statement. Ah, the first witness. He is full of brightness. He and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team. Yeah, I mean, Fulbright has kept Blackwell in check one time. Oh, right! The case brief. Leave it to me! Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain! What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding, if that's what you're thinking. You never know. We've had magical powers before. All right, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case to the court? Professor Court's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m. she was murdered with this all I have here. This all right here. In fact, she did it like this. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it. Okay, so it's not paint, it is blood. Ah! Here you go, baby! Did I come in too fast? She seemed frightened of me, babe. Court autopsy report added to the court record. Wow, that bird can deliver evidence too? Blackwell's trained him well. Maybe Blackwell should train it to not mess up people's hair while he's at it. You smelled like cinnamon, baby. Moving right along. The body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of a massive amount of blood in the third-floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room. So, then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage. Precisely! And there's one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner!" What's this? You have such a recording? Must be from that tape recorder Miriam mentioned. Why is it that the first we've heard of death threat at the moment of the murder? Shush! Silence, please! I would like to play the tape for you now. You're a goner! Are you sure she wasn't just practicing a line, or just like acting out the script that she was so proud of writing? I know I do that. Whenever I write a fire line, I like to say it out loud. It is quite to hear. But the voice does sound female. Oh, it's quite hard to hear, pardon me. A woman can be heard shouting, "You're a goner." You sure it isn't the victim? The noise and low volume of the voice have made voice print analysis all but impossible. Then, you haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant. Not so fast. After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. The victim was killed at night, then discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved? Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around. Sorry, but no! Ha ha ha! The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing a body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of the campus was empty. It was during this time Hugh O'Connor, one of the mock trial's participants, found the body. So, the prosecution heard about Hugh seeing the body. Wait one moment. If all the students and faculty were gathered in a lecture hall, then there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body. Ha ha ha! Have no fear, for there is always an exception. An exception? The 3 mock trial participants were standing by in individual dressing rooms. They were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial. What? Then that would mean... What would that mean? Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice we trust! I don't like where this is headed, Athena. Me neither. And by those 3, I mean Hugh O'Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods. I knew it. Please, Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say. In justice we trust! I think, yeah, whenever you don't want Bobby Fulbright to say something, the first on the list is, your client is guilty. The second one is, in justice we trust. I take it everyone understands now. The voice believed to be that of the murderer was female. And out of 3 people who could have moved the body, just 1 is a girl. Huh. That leaves the defendant, Juniper Woods, as the only possibility. No! Impressive. He has you on the ropes even before any cross-examinations. You could at least pretend to be upset for me. Hey, I'm just relieved to not be the one that everything is being pointed at. A splendid job, Fulbright. That cannot be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. Are you kidding me? Edgeworth constantly slashes Gumshoe's salary for doing poorly, and Blackwell raises Fulbright's salary for doing well. There's a reason why Fulbright is so full of pep and competent. I don't do this for the money. It's all about justice. Think of how many all-night pop figures you can afford. Never mind. Money has some place. In justice we trust. Which catchphrase are we going to get sick of first? In justice we trust, or the ends justify the means? Not only a half-wit, but a perennial stick in the mud you are. I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright. Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand. Dun 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 dun. So, our first witness is a cardboard box. Not the strangest witness I've seen. Dun 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 dun. Stealth mode deactivated. Oh my! The box has hands! Smile, Your Honor. What the dickens? I just had my picture taken! Which I am pretty sure is exceptionally illegal. Miriam Scuttlebutt, senior at the Legal Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge course. Juniper's been a bad, bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crime. Might I ask whether you could come out of that box? How will I get any more scoops if I blow my cover? So the answer is no. After all, covert action is an undercover reporter's bread and butter. But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular. The former ninja in Men in the Clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Oh my! I never thought of it that way. Very well, if it would spare a life, I'll make a special exception this time. A former ninja in prison? Holy Shinto, how can the judge believe this load of crock? Now, your testimony, please. No, but please take care not to reveal your real face. Oh, we see her legs. Legs found. I thought they were like PewDiePie's legs. Woo! That's a hard-boiled name. The similarity of the case and the script. Murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content. But Professor Court's sudden decision to not use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper had to be the killer. She has a motive, and the murder is just like her script. The murder is just like her script? Could such a thing be true? Compare a script to the murder case and crime scene photos. Then you'll see. That's funny, because the crime scene photos don't line up. This is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Take a look at this, baby. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script. Ergo, the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, in the art room, where the crime supposedly occurred, the witness script, along with an envelope on which "use" was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script. An argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing. Oh, that makes perfect sense. What now? Prosecutor Blackwell has all his ducks lined up in a row. He's really on a roll now. Ugh. He's like a pit bull once it sinks its teeth into you. How dare she? My script had it all. A bum rap and phony evidence. Grudges and betrayals. I trust the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. No problem. I mean, yes, I'm ready. I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done over and over. I know I can do this. He's legit seen a parrot get cross-examined, and it blew the case open in Phoenix's favor. Precisely. Anytime we talk about non-standard things happening in trials, we always go back to the parrot. So the murder happened exactly like in Juniper's mock trial script. Until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper know the script's content. Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper has to be the killer. She has a motive, and the murder is just like her script. Well, let's see here. She has a motive, and the murder is just like in the script. Alright. Murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial. Did we add the use envelope? Female voice saying you're a goner. The all. Name is Harold Extra. So the mock trial script. A body with protruding arrow is found on the quad, but the murder weapon was an all. The arrow was inserted as a ruse. The actual murder scene was an art room where traces of blood were found on the floor. The body was dropped from the floor, and then the man was laid out in the cushioned foam. A ball cart from the storehouse, and then used the body stage. The archery club's room has a good view of the quad. The body was moved to the quad to make it look like the archery club member had shot the victim with an arrow. All by the school festival funds. Oh, thanks for here. Arrow. If I borrow one from the archery club, it could give away part of the school script's plot to be determined. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one. Oh! Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor's course. Okay. Juniper had to be the killer. She had the motive, and the murder is just like her script. Is that what we're going with? The script was hold on a second. What's the full extent of my evidence here? Could have sworn I had photos. Well, let's see if this works.
Objection!
Nope. Wait. Unless the red suit is not the point of contention here. She has the motive and the murder is just like the script. The murder happened exactly at Jupiter's mock trial script. Let's press. There must be places where the script and the case diverge. Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles. I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Huh. Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate. Good one, baby.
Objection!
What did you just say? Blackwell really turned that one around on you. Whose side are you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback. Whoa, easily, Rathena. Now you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hadn't yet been erected in the mock trial script. And in the actual case, there were signs indicating the victim's wrists had been bound. But such differences pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any event, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility. Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a total burn. Try again, why don't you, pawn of woods? Until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the strip's contents.
Hold it!
Somebody could have stolen a peek beforehand. I don't think so. I mean, I tried any number of times. Shame on you, Miriam. That crafty she-devil Juniper has eyes in the back of her head. What chance does your average person have if an undercover reporter like me failed? Interesting point. Still, Miss Scuttlebutt, won't you get in trouble later for admitting to such underhanded tactics? Why, you? I plead entrapment. How is it you blurting out your own crime entrapment? You haven't scooped me yet. They were all set to use Juniper's script. Alright, let's take a look at the script again. Junie's top secret script, written by Junie. There's only one copy. So, is there any evidence that anyone else knew about the script? Interesting. So that was for the performance afterward. Let's see. Routine report. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Meet with Hugh about the report yesterday. Important. Prep for mock trial final confirmation. Meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. Mock trial begins. Alright. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Let's see, let's press on number 3, shall we? How do you know that Professor Court wasn't going to use her script? Huh. They're in the art room where the heinous crime took place. an envelope marked Use and Miriam Scuttlebutt's script were found. Evidently, the script that was going to be used belonged to the girl in the box over there. It's only natural that my script will be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts and... I forget my voices. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a courtroom battle in the dark age of the law. I can't help but feel Professor Court went out of her way to not use it. But Juniper, she used some devious, underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script and not my masterpiece was used in the mock trial. How's that for an explanation? Alright, let's see about pressing this one. Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body just like the script.
Objection!
Huh. Weary is the trial which pits Hawk against Canary.
Objection!
What did you just say? If he's so weary, he should try humping less. Bet that saves some energy. This is no time for jokes, Apollo. He just called me a canary. I'll let him get to you. These canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Sykes Dono. Hugh O'Connor discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage a body as it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? That's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school kid. Elementary school? Reporter's testimony throws attorney Athena Sykes for a loop. The perfect caption. How marvelous! A photo in the newspaper is just the thing to boost your brand. In a school paper? Seriously? I believe you've pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Sykes. Huh. Now do you see how clear-cut my case is? Take it now, and in that fair, desperate mind of yours. Etch it deep so you may never forget! No. No! Even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I gonna do? Athena, you should just about have all the answers you've been looking for now. Huh? Think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of the mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way? I don't follow. Try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do. Oh, I get it. Thanks, Apollo. Miss Scuttlebutt, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look just as it was in the script, and that it is beyond the shadow of a doubt not a coincidence. Is that correct? No, duh. After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil ways.
Objection!
What'd I say? Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her. Oh, that would be not just foolhardy, but completely irrational. What do you mean? Yes, Miss Sykes. Please tell this court what you mean by irrational. Wouldn't make any sense for Junie to mimic her own script on purpose because it would incriminate herself. me leaking the script make her the culprit? Or not be possible? The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script. That, in and of itself, is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same? Yes, Miss Sykes. Care to explain what you mean? Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Ms. Woods is the killer. If so, then, what reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script? That's easy. She was admitting that she was the... Oh. That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was the killer. So what we actually have here is evidence of someone trying to frame our client. Gah. Gah. Where'd all that stuff come from? Was it taped to the roof of the box? The body was found the day of the mock trial. In short, the day the details were revealed. So it would be completely inconceivable for the murder to go exactly like the script. Ugh, don't let it get to your head just yet.
Objection!
Huh. It would seem Justice Dono's comrade-in-arms has finally drawn her sword. However, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until you master its use. Okay? Enough with the stupid sword metaphors already. There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency of which you speak. Reason? What reason? Must I spell out everything? Tuh. You are what people today call high maintenance. The accused had intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, nary a soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of the case and script.
Objection!
No, the mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered.
Objection!
Our witness here has also discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accused herself. Nunny? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too? Precisely. With discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled. Wait, so you didn't call the police? No. I kept the secret from my big scoop. You can't do that! Huh. I made her pay long and hard penance for her sin, did I not, my little box top? Ugh. Compared to the work of a war correspondent, the sheer terror of that was... Huh. Jeez, wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her. Block off all the holes in her box? And spin her like a topple, the Detective Fulbright cackled into light? You think Fulbright would actually do that? I'm crying and shaking right now. Not my Fulbright. That sounds more nauseating than scary. Enough jabbering! Witness, continue your testimony. Sure, Mr. Samurai. I'm ready to finish off that she-devil. My voice for Blackwell and my snake voice are starting to blend. In case you wondered if I was doing separate voices, I was trying. It disturbs my slumber. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume, and I asked her, "What are you doing?" And suddenly, she fled into the hallway, as if she wanted me to follow her. When I followed her all the way to Professor Quartz's body, she led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper, because she was wearing the costume that she had made.
Hold it!
The costume? Why did you withhold such key testimony? What's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill is... No, wait. I bet he's already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Miss Wood's room before the mock trial. That means she too could have moved the victim's body. The prosecution's claim no longer has any ground to stand on. Think again, baby! Now, no need to ruffle your own feathers, so. When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out? No, thanks. They just look so tasty, baby. I can't help myself sometimes. You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi. Oh yeah, I do. Around the estimated time of death. I was at undercover reporter class. It's right near my home. Undercover reporter class? The proverbial rug has been pulled from under you. The witness could not be the killer. The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secured to the floor. I tried to warn you. Oh. Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down. Huh? No, wait a minute. The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, this he will also reap. Why can't he say you reap what you sow? Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events. Don't worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked, or journalists either. My third eye's always eyeing a scoop. She's always eyeing a scoop? Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye. Objection! Or hold it. Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt. Apollo? There's just one thing I'd like to ask. Did you take a picture of the victim's body? And if not, why not? Well, that is... No, I didn't take one. Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you're always eyeing a scoop? Did you, or didn't you really see the victim's body? It's not like I actually saw it, but... What the devil? Did you hear that, Your Honor? The witness didn't actually see the body. That completely overturns the prosecution's claim that the witness was led to it. Justice Dono, you dare bear steel at me again? Nice try, Boy Wonder. So what if I didn't see the body? the fact remains that Juniper led me there. Feast your eyes on this. Well, that's not necessarily... Yeah, that's not necessarily Juniper, come on. What exactly am I looking at here? It's a crucial moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods. Why did you not tell me of this? It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment. And that would be right now, in court. Surprise! God. What'd I do? All journalists keep their scoops secret until the right moment. She's pretty brave hiding it from Blackwell like that. Or pretty stupid. Well, this is an unexpected turn. Athena? About this picture, see how it only shows the back of the subject? So then, right, who knows whether this photo shows Juniper in the first place?
Objection!
A completely irrelevant point. What is relevant here is, there was someone who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this. The route by which the accused escaped. This is gonna be good, baby. The witness pursued the accused this way after she fled the dressing room. The accused ascended to the first floor and exited the quad. Then what, carton cretin? Then I tripped and fell. Caught my knee on my own box. She stayed under her box, even while running after someone. That sounds difficult. Recall that the body was already there, for Hugh O'Connor had already seen it. Huh! She was trying to show someone the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial. Okay. But if the facts have changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness. The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. It seems Justice Dono has saved your pretty little hide, Missy. For now, at least. Whew. Guess I pulled that off somehow. Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver. Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box. It's primo cardboard, lovingly selected from among many. Tell another lie or hide another fact from me. And I shall put it to the torch. Please, anything but that. He's literally threatening somebody, either with an attempt on their life, or with property destruction. But hey, if Blackwell himself says it's a fine box, then I can see how anyone would. I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. All right, Miss Sykes, you may cross-examine the witness. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, "What are you doing?" When suddenly she fled into the hallway. Oh wait, this is not the initial testimony. You're positive it's Juniper because she was wearing the costume that she had made. All right. Let's look at the evidence here. So, this is a picture of it. The costume Junie was supposed to wear, it has a glowing star pattern, and there are 2 pages of it. Paint inside costume with fluorescent paint. Draw constellations on outside. In the dark, the paint will shine through the holes, bringing the constellations to life. Alright, so then where are all the constellations, huh? Huh? Unless they're going to make the argument that we can't see the constellations because it wasn't dark. But yeah, no. The bottom of it should have been painted with a fluorescent light, so this still checks.
Objection!
Miss Scuttlebutt's sole basis for identifying her client as the figure in this photo is the fact that it shows someone in Ms. Wood's stage costume. Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear cut. No, that's where you're completely mistaken. Nutty. This is a design drawing of our client's stage costume. Oh my, what a wonderful creation! The constellations are extraordinary. I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside of the costume, but there's not a single star on the costume in the photo. Oh, that means... what exactly? Your Honor, there were no other blue costumes at the scene, which leads me to believe that the figure in the photo was wearing our client's costume inside out. But why would Ms. Woods make a mistake like that? Well, it's not really a matter of why. I get it now. The real killer, or at least whoever was deceiving our witness, didn't know how the suit worked. But shouldn't it have had fluorescent lighting if it's inside out? I'll let Athena continue. But rather, who made the mistake of putting it on inside out? Wait, you're not suggesting? That's right. I'm glad you're catching on. The costume's designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? Failure as a reporter? Well, why hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. So nice to meet the woman beneath the box. Though we only saw her in an exaggerated expression. You didn't see nothing.
Objection!
Now, I would have you stop right there, Sykes Dono. For it is the why of the matter upon which I would have this court focus. What do you mean? Ms. Juniper Woods. Yes? What were you doing on the morning of the mock trial? I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint? My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. It was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent. Yep, that's what I thought. I knew we were gonna get hung up on that. What was that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities? Not fluoride. Fluorescent, as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark. Yes, so you applied that to the inside of the costume, and then? I let it dry for a while because I heard it takes a long time. So I put the costume on my mannequin inside out. Inside out. So then... This is a photograph of the inside out costume taken in the dark. As you can see, there's a heavy layer of paint over the inside surface. Ha! If someone were to properly don this costume in this state, the wet paint would get all over their body. Why, yes, I believe it would. Indeed, ergo, the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake. Ha! But because this was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out. Oh my god. Figures he would have a photo. Blackwell and his photos are like Edgeworth and his updated autopsy reports. Did we just fall into his trap? Yeah, I bet Blackwell had it all planned out. Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Oh, please tell me you found something that doesn't add up. Check out the chest area. Kinda looks like handprints to me. Hey, you're right. But Junie would know better than to touch it while the paint was still wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. Burn, baby! After all, if master painters make mistakes, why not a rank amateur such as the accused?
Objection!
So basically you're saying, my claim requires evidence to back it up. Evidence? That shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you've come this far. Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I've thought everything through, though. What? You mean you've just been bluffing? What did you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. Well, you're right. There's only one thing left to do at this point, and that's to present some evidence, pronto. A showdown, is it? Huh, I gladly accept. It's on now, baby. The fluorescent paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touched the costume, and that paint should glow in dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence. The piece of evidence shows who touched the costume. Alright, let's see where we go from here. So, this piece of evidence shows who touched the costume. Oh, the awl. Although it has Junie's fingerprints. The arrow that pierced the victim's side, it's stained with blood. Let's see here. I was wondering about that. And now I know. Why does Robin have a shining finger?
Take that!
School newspaper. Interesting. Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Ms. Woods. So, we are on trial day 1, and clearly we're not going to get to the killer. If Robin is the killer, we're going to go through a lot of twists and turns before we figure that out. Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Ms. Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in that photo as he stands at the prosecutor's bench. As you can see, it's glowing, just like Ms. Wood's fluorescent paint. It is glowing. Quite brightly, I might add. But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you might ask? The answer is he wouldn't. Not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on. Woo! Pursuit music. Oh, that means what again? It means the figure photographed in the costume was not of our client Juniper Woods. It was her classmate Robin Newman. Nani? To think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's gonna happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom. So then, does that mean that Robin is her man? Well, that's certainly how it looks. Huh. Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself. I challenge you to a duel. All right. Let's see about Robin Newman's testimony. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? I'm Robin Newman. I want to become a great artist. I practice day and night. Yeah. No, that's not it. Art's got to be sincere, man. So, for occupation, should we put down budding artist? No! Themis Legal Academy Senior Prosecutor Course! This brace is proof of my masculinity. I've been training to be a prosecutor for 18 years! Ahem! I assume you will be cleaning up the pot where you smashed before you leave today. Oh man! It seems the witness has finally settled down. I guess nothing faces the judge after all these years. You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you had fluorescent paint on your hand. Why I touched the costume. I went to see Juniper in her dressing room, but she wasn't there. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa, dude. The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall on me. I got the paint on me when I caught it, but I never put it on. That's just stupid.
Hold it!
There she goes again, saying hold it before the cross testimony can start. Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness. Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but... No! Not again. What's his problem? I sensed at the moment Robin took the stand. The discord in his heart. So, you think he might be hiding something? Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the mood matrix can do for you. So let me get this straight. Taka doesn't like magical mumbo, but he's just fine with technology. You went to see Juniper in her waiting room, but she wasn't there. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa. The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall over. I got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on. That's just stupid. You had to catch the mannequin as it suddenly started to fall over? Even I can guess this one. The most natural response would have to be surprise. Paul's right. Maybe I should try focusing on some other emotion. That is just stupid. I mean, it makes sense that he would be angry at me for trying to insinuate that. And I'm guessing that he is happy to see the frilly costume. Or... oh, he's saying that he was surprised that the mannequin was about to fall over. But why was he so happy to see the costume, huh? Well... pinpoint. Why were you so happy to see the costume? When you mentioned the stage costume, I sensed a sudden, powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman? Wait, what? Why would a frilly scarf thing and a long skirt make me feel like that? Are you actually a tomboy? I don't know. You seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. You didn't happen to put it on, did you? Like I'd be into that kind of thing? I am a dude and I'm into braces! You are absolutely a tomboy. Or at least you're trying to hide. For whatever reason, you're trying to hide the fact that you're a girl, aren't you? You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Oh, come on, isn't it obvious? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No way! Man! Yep, that's why Robin keeps on saying man, and Robin is a unisex name, one of the most popular unisex names. I mean, the only ones more popular would be like Pat, I suppose. The mannequin came falling toward me, so I stuck out my hands to stop it. End of story! That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. The positioning of the hands. Even after that update, something just doesn't feel right here. Do I have anything that could prove his statement contradicts what really happened? Let me see. So, the glowing is on the bottom of the hands. And, do I have anything that could prove his statements contradict what really happened? Let me see. Oh! Yeah! The position of the hands don't add up. Either you would hold it like this, or you hold it like this. The thumbs, if you were to push against it like this, it would be pinkies out, not thumbs out.
Take that!
You said the mannequin came falling towards you, so you stuck your hands out to stop it. If so, then the fingers of your hands would have been pointing outwards like this. That's not what the handprints show. In fact, this looks more like your thumbs and the base of your palms. Why in the world would I leave such weird handprints? You know why. You left them on when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Just like the model in this drawing. Whoa! Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put the stage costume on, didn't you? And you really do like Miss Wood's clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on. But I don't like girly clothes, man! Oh, wow, only 10%. New information to plug in. Time for another update. You snuck in knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding, even though I'm a guy. Sus. Then I saw it. It was even more amazing than I imagined. I was like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. It's true. I did put on girly clothes, but it was strictly for artistic purposes. Hopefully we can figure out what Robin's hiding based on this new information. Just hope it's not more than we bargained for, although that usually seems to be the case. Okay, the costume is there. You're always pounding, even though you're a guy. Yep. Definitely overcompensating on the I'm a guy thing. He was even more amazing, okay. I'm a guy, but I got all excited. You really did put on girly clothes, but it's strictly for artistic purposes. The worry, obviously, yeah, because... Your heart was pounding, even though you're a guy, so... You snuck in knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding, even though I'm a guy. So then, why were you surprised? Because you were happy because you like the dress. You're worried because you are, you know, it's going against your feelings, and you were surprised. If you knew that it was in there, why were you surprised? Were you surprised at how much you liked it? I don't know. Yeah. Now that we have taken out the mannequin fell over thing. Oh, looks like that's not it. Testosterone-fueled stubbornness. Alright. So, I thought that because we eliminated the whole mannequin falling over thing, there was no more element of surprise. Your heart was pounding, even though you're a guy. So you were happy and you were worried. You were happy. It was even more amazing than you imagined. You were like, whoa, you're a guy, but you got all excited. Every single time you mention you're a guy, am I supposed to press on one of these worried? Any of the ones? Yeah, I think there isn't one response. Anytime that Robin mentions being a guy, I'm supposed to press on any one of those. Yep. So I was hung up on the fact that there were multiple different solutions, and the answer was to just pick one of them. There, another emotion that doesn't fit. So what? You're starting to really get on my nerves, man. Mr. Newman, you got excited when you put the costume on, but you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's no big deal! Okay, Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? Oh, no! Oh, is is that brace is meant to hide what's really underneath, isn't it? You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now, tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is no matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper. Well, no offense, but his shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. Oh, is all the shouting supposed to make his voice hoarse so nobody can tell what his real voice is like? No, that's not it. I totally owned those pretty I totally owned those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty, but there's something that keeps getting in my way. Wow, that's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right there. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. Out of control emotions. We saw those during the Ninetales Veil incident. So all I have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Help me look for a conflict between his statements and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Mr. Newman said there's something getting in the way of him being pretty. Something that doesn't go with girly clothes, but what could it be? Fine, I'll testify, man! We are really going by bits and pieces here. I snuck in, knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding, even though I'm a guy. It's true, I felt a powerful feeling when I saw that long, frilly scarf. I admit it, I wore girly clothes. I felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. It felt so right. I was totally dressed up like a girl. So, we're looking for the source of his anger. Right. The conflict in his testimony that will likely arise from his emotional repression. Let's compare the images to his testimony. You might find the problem that way. Okay, you know the costume was in there. Your heart was pounding, even though you're a guy. Yeah, I felt the powerful feeling of the long frilly scarf. You wore girly clothes. You felt like a diva when you pulled the hood over your head. It felt so right. You were totally dressed up like a girl. It felt so right. So then why are you still angry? I'm guessing it's this one. Newman, brace, costume. The brace? Yeah, the brace is, the brace is what you use to show your manliness. Mr. Newman, you feel a great deal of anger towards your brace, don't you? Is what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? Huh? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is, you really want to take that brace off, don't you? No way, man! This is a symbol of masculinity! I could never take it off! Is it that you can't take it off? Or that you don't want to take it off? You don't want to take it off. So if Newman really wants to dress up as a girl, but wants to hide the fact that there's a girl under there, what's really happening here? This is really weird. He exhibits intense anger towards his brace, which he calls a symbol of masculinity, but he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. What could be at the root of his complicated relationship with his Brace? I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? Seems Robin is still hiding a secret. A big one. Bigger than the fact he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks? Yes, at least I think so. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman. What? I'm onto your little secret. And if I'm correct, it's not very little at all. It's huge. This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. Alright, I've been thinking it since a while back. You're a girl. Mr. Newman, or should I say, Ms. Newman, you are and always have been a girl. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No, I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence, but that's what Robin's heart is shouting out loud and clear.
Hold it!
I still think you've totally lost it. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could he possibly be a she? I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. Oh. I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day, but if he's a she, then she's the most convincing actress I've ever encountered. Therefore, let me pronounce my verdict. Robin Newman is without a question a man. Oh. Oh. Trying to vocalize all of that despair. I can only imagine what that sounded like if the screen were blank or if somebody was not looking at the screen at the time. Context, what's that? You are now truly just as Stono's equal in one area. You are just as equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a finer specimen of a masculine spirit. And yet, Robin Newman doesn't exactly seem happy with these proceedings. Oh. If you guys are done talking about me, I'm... Down goes the brace. Hell yeah! Be free from your shackles. The brace, it's... Well, that's just undeniable now. Miss Sykes, no. Allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep this a secret at all costs, but no! No way! Ugh. Surely this must be some kind of jest. Nope, it's for real. I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a P-E-E-K. Ugh. As if. What an amazing transformation. Well, all the discord is gone. The image is now complete. Ah. So now she was actually happy to see herself in that dress. Bye-bye. I was raised as a boy since I was little, and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now, this living light that had me pinned to the ground, it is... It's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena! Now I can stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I'm gonna be an artist. Yay! Hell yeah. Now there's the award-winning smile. Order! Order! What a shocking development! He really did turn out to be a she! And I believe that this was foreshadowed all the way at the beginning of the stream when moderator Catone said Robin is the best Robin. Which, when you peel back all the layers, and you know, moderator Catone always says that she always talks about the best girls. So, Robin is indeed best girl. Positioning your bangs to act as big ol' eyebrows to complete the masculinity look was peak character design if you ask me. Hold on a second. Wow, you're absolutely right. Robin before had them big ol' eyebrows. Hold on a second. Actually, I can compare right now. Yep. Wow. That is incredible. Why is everyone looking at me like that? I feel like a movie star or something. No paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. Okay. Rah! No pixel, you regret it, man! Am I just imagining things? Or is Robin even more hyper now than when she was a he? I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest. Literally. This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything? The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things, because there's now a piece of evidence that we must re-evaluate. Very well, let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must we consider now that we know that the witness is a girl? Because if the person in this... Where's Scuttlebutt's photo? Is it the glowing costume photo? I thought we were reevaluating Scuttlebutt's photo. Hero, mock trial, the all... Is it the glowing costume photo? The woman's voice. If... yeah.
Take that!
This is what I'd like the court to reconsider. Oh, the tape recorder? The one that recorded the threat? You're a goner. That's right. And we have already established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female if you exclude Ms. Scuttlebutt because of the alibi. And that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect. So then... That's right. The witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we're using the voice in this recording as the basis for hurling accusations, this witness must be labeled as a suspect too. Oh no! and now Robin is completely into the female mannerisms. Wow. Talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it! You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. Yeah, but... well, that was a lot of work for a single one.
Objection.
Not so hasty now. You're forgetting that only one person here was privy to the script. Ergo, Ms. Juniper Woods is still the prime suspect. But Ms. Newman hid the fact that she was a girl both at the crime scene and in court. I'd say that puts her in camp suspicious. That's not nice, Athena. How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me... Oh.
Objection!
Huh. Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. Newman. Newman. You know, I keep on saying that I could write these games, but I keep on finding these things that make me realize just how tightly written this all is. The world building and the character design are all just contributing every little thing towards these revelations and the story. This takes so... I can't imagine how much time it takes to make these character designs and these names, and that was a localization thing. I don't even know if that sort of wordplay was even present in the original translation. Good lord. Oh, the inspirations you get when you're a writer, huh? We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods. By leading Miss Scuttlebutt to the body, that would make her an accessory to the crime. How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection!
Birdman! In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it not? Mr. Birdman is his dad, is what you call his dad, baby.
Objection!
He made it all make sense somehow. You don't keep accusing Junie unless we can show something else. Someone else knew the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have known what was in the script was if they... saw the mock trial, had penned the script, heard it from Junie. So the mock trial is out, and Junie wrote the script, so... You know, maybe Junie talked about it with one of her close friends. A Mr. Robin Newman. Sorry, Junie, but you're not gonna like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone. What the devil? And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Ms. Woods did not want Hugh O'Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it. If Robin had won, Hugh wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Right. Junie was probably trying to keep their friendship from becoming awkward. How could you, Thena? What a bunch of bull! I never heard about the script from Juniper. Never ever! You sure? Can you look me in the eye and swear you didn't? B.A.D., Athena. You don't have any evidence! Oh! Actually, we might have just the thing. Really? Yeah. One of Robin's lines I read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Air forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Ah, yeah, the green. Oh, the green sweatsuit. Sure, I might have said that, but so what? Well, think of it this way, Athena. Yeah, which way exactly? If I told you that I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit? I think I've got it. Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Ms. Newman knew the contents of the script. The defense moves to present said evidence to the court. Very well, Miss Sykes. Present away. This evidence proves that Ms. Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents. Oh, yeah. Because the victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor's course. So, I actually had the right idea to present this at the first testimony. I just had the timing off by way back. The mock trial script. Ms. Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body, and reportedly, you reacted by saying, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." Oh, yes, I said that. What's your point? You seem to have some issue with the green sweatsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the Things to Prepare page. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's content, then that shouldn't have surprised you. No! I thought we were friends, Athena. How could I have been so blind? In light of her privileged knowledge, I move to declare Ms. Newman a suspect, Your Honor. You... what? Hey, she might not have done it, but I will at least prolong the court case so we can get more evidence. If knowing the script details makes me a suspect, then there must be others beside me. I mean, someone else could have also seen Professor Court's note. Note? What note? The professor and Juniper were working together to prepare for the mock trial, but only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that gets kind of inconvenient, right? You're not seriously going to suggest... But it's the truth! Professor Court did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case, but she did write a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's body. Is this really true, Ms. Newman? If you don't believe me, send the police over to my house. Tell them to check the pictures on my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage, so I took a picture of the note. I'd say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like our client's script. Yes, I believe you're right. Huh. Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Professor Blackquill would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case. Oh-ho! bully for you, Missy. But don't think this spells victory. And why not? The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Less I know about how fully drawn your blade is, the better. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit. So put away your wooden sword and show me what you're truly capable of if you wish to live. You want it? Don't worry, I'm gonna bring it. Oh, he got one more witness? Oh, of course, it's O'Connor. I already said I want nothing to do with this trial. How juvenile. It's not a matter of what you want, for you will cooperate, Hugh O'Connor. Okay, now I have to wonder what significance Hugh's name has. Prosecutor Blackwell, why have you called this witness? You will recall that the day before the mock trial, in short, the day of the murder, the accused testified that she left for home at around 6 p.m. Yes, my notes here do confirm that fact. Right? Our client wasn't at school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't be. Yet, that was but a felicitous lie. Or am I mistaken? Golden boy. I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold! I am not through with you yet! It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, or we just might discuss you know what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor? Word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with this. Hugh O'Connor, a senior at Themis Legal Academy, lawyer course. How's that? Just fine. Your testimony then, if you please. You're up against the top of the class now. I'd be careful if I were you. I know Junie would never lie like that. That pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him. Witness testimony. Around the time of the murder. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated at the archery range till 7 p.m. And around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? That is quite enough. Well done, golden boy. The final bell rings at 7 p.m., at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now, you will recall the tape recorder. We know the time of the voice recording. It was 7:10 p.m., the day before the mock trial. That was the dark hour of this heinous crime. Do you have any proof of that? As its final bell, the school plays a special broadcast when the clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after that broadcast. The killer waited until the school was empty to spring her devious and deadly trap. Alright, tape recorder updated. A woman can be heard shouting, "You're a goner," recorded in the art room at 7:10 p.m. on the 23rd. So, when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been... Indeed, it was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on tape in the art room. Ergo, we know that the accused was still in the main building even after the killing. So, the time of the murder and the time of when the body was moved. Right. Another inconvenient testimony. Miss Sykes, your cross-examination, please. around the time of the murder. Okay, so you meditated at the archery range till 7 p.m. Around 7:15, you went to the main building before going home. That's when you saw Juniper.
Hold it!
Our client has stated she went home at 6 p.m. Whereas her court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that around the last time you saw her? Yes, I left school around 6 p.m. Nope. Wrong. I don't know what she was doing, but Juniper was definitely at school after 7 p.m. But I suppose neither side can prove one way or the other. Did he mistake Robin for Juniper? But if Jeannie was there, that means she's lying. Truth be told, I only saw her for the briefest of moments. We didn't say much as we passed each other. She seemed her usual self.
Hold it!
So you just walked past a good friend, barely saying a word? The final bell had already rung. They get mad when you stand around chatting. Then again, we're not like you people, talking endlessly in those annoyingly loud voices.
Objection!
Prove his point immediately. I'd like if you refrain from insulting my partner like that. Normally, I'd shout objection right out now, but I'll take this one for the team. Anyway, I think that's about all I have to say.
Hold it!
Alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer. I expected as much, so go ahead, ask away. Mr. O'Connor, I want to ask you, did you go to the art room? Why did you stay up past the last bell? How did you prep for the mock trial? Let me see here. What was the rest of your... Let me see, anything else you'd like to ask? Truth be told, you only saw it for the briefest moments. What was the rest of his testimony? Yeah, why did you stay up past the last bell? Why would an honor student like you ignore the last bell? I wouldn't say I ignored it. I was simply running a little late. Do you remember exactly how late? You're a stickler for details, lady. But if I had to say, it was maybe about 10-15 minutes. If you think that it's important, I'll add it to my testimony. I was hoping you'd say that. The final bell had rung 10-15 minutes earlier. No biggie. Hold on a second. You went to the main building before going home. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, you meditated at the archery range till 7 p.m. Went to the main building before going home. The final bell had rung 10-15 minutes earlier. No biggie.
Hold it!
You ignored the last bell for no reason? Shame on you. No, shame on you pressing me for no reason. Well, people do run late sometimes. Like you on the day this whole case began. It appears we have a culprit in the case of the pot calling the kettle black. At 2, Your Honor? Now what? Ask another question? Did you go to the art room? Did you stop by the art room? Or as it's now known as the scene of the crime? No, I didn't. Can you prove it? As much as I'd like to say I could, I can't. But let me ask you, can you prove that I did? As much as I'd like to say I could, I can't. But I will ask, how often do you visit there? Hardly ever. There's no reason for me to be there anyway. There's no reason for you to be there. Is there an echo in here? If something's bothering you, I'll just add it to my testimony. How considerate. Thank you for noticing. Let's add your statement to the testimony. Let's see. Let me add I never went to the art room. There was no reason for me to be there. Okay. There's no reason for you to be there. The arrow that pierced the victim's side is stained with blood, so... the arrow has to have something to do with something. Junie's fingerprints. Well, let's see what the last statement has.
Hold it!
You had no reason to be in the art room. Really? The lawyer course I'm in is supervised by Professor Means. Plus, I'm not a member of Professor Court's art club, so why would I even go there? What about art class? Nice try, but seniors don't take art class. Alright, let me ask you. Wait, I just remembered something important. You did? I scored only 100% on all the art tests I took throughout junior year. That's it. Right. Always happy to indulge in some ego stroking. How did you prep for the mock trial? Please tell the court what you were doing on October 23rd, the day before the mock trial. Huh, that's an easy one. Nothing in particular. Nothing at all? You didn't help with the preparations? You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparations and the like to others. My job was to be mentally prepared. Junie put her heart and soul into getting things ready while he just sat on his behind? Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating at the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7 p.m. I suppose a few archery members did come and go while I was there. But you didn't talk to anyone? Not a single soul? That's right. I didn't say a word to anyone till the final bell at 7 p.m. I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony. I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face. Alright, so what were the 3 statements again? It was, I don't remember what the 3 statements are. So, you didn't talk to anyone until the final bell. Been meditating alone at the archery range. So, 1 was, he didn't talk to anyone. 2, he never went to the art room. And 3, he was running late by 10 to 15 minutes. Now, what piece of evidence actually goes against this, any of this? Let's see, so... met with Hugh about that report yesterday. Oh, is this it? Met with the routine report. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Okay. You didn't talk to anyone until the final bell. You began meditating alone at the archery range. The question is, when did this happen? 24th. Now we think right about the training seminar. Alright. Let's see if this is our ticket there. Because it seems pretty important that court talks to you.
Objection!
Woo! Let's go. Took me a while to circle around to it, but I didn't actually get it wrong. So, you didn't talk to anybody on October 23rd. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Huh. I already told you. My word is as good as gold. Okay. Then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details. Sorry, never seen that before. This is the victim's planner. She recorded all of her plans in great detail. Take a look at this page here. It reads, 23rd, meet with Hugh, and important. Don't you find that interesting? What? Where did you get that? The key word here is important. You say you were at the archery range all day. But you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk. But the entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation? I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell. What's this now? The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. O'Connor? This is insane. Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you have no evidence as usual. No, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until after the last bell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim. First Robin, now me. Who are you going to accuse next? You're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead. Don't let him get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. I had my suspicions about Robin, but... now everybody gets their own fan art. Hugh seems just as guilty. These three are the only possible suspects, after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day? Sorry, Mr. Jailbird Prosecutor. I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I've got something to say. If it will save me some trouble, then by all means, speak away. If you would recall, Ms. Sykes, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I'd like you to explain how I could possibly be a suspect. Oh. He has a point. Impressive. Golden Boy here does shine gold indeed. Care to take the reins? You are more than capable of prosecuting this case. Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer. What a pity to think such a genius is to be wasted on mere lawyering. At last, your moment is here, Sykes Dono. Time to refute Golden Boy's statement and prove that you're the young prodigy worthy of the badge on your lapel. Lapel? Lapel? Could he lay any more pressure on? The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that. Yeah, you're right. In which case, to whom does the voice on the tape really belong to? The witness, the victim, the defendant. So not the witness. Could it be the... Oh, it could be the defendant, or it could be the victim. Could it be that they were both in the art room at the time? Could the killer be two of them? Or, like, you have an accomplice. The defendant or the victim. Maybe it is the defendant. No, not the defendant. Or... Oh, wait, they made this easy for me. So if it can't be him, and if it can't be my my client, then it has to be the victim, right? For some reason, I thought that we were trying to eliminate him or Robin or the victim, and I'm like, wait, Robin isn't the defendant. The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense. Are you mad? The voice in the recording says you're a goner. That is something a murderer shouts at their victim, not the other way around. Yeah, that is a problem. You're a goner. You're a goner. I mean, here's the thing. maybe they were arguing about something. Like, hold on a second. So, the notebook said, need to speak with Hugh O'Connor, meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. What if Hugh O'Connor made a mistake with this report was something that Hugh made, and he got a 99 on it? And if he got a 99 on it, then he certainly would be a goner. Unless something. Maybe she's referring to his grade point average. Athena? You're a goner. You're a goner. Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor. Wait a second! Haha! Okay, never mind. You're a goner sounds like Hugh O'Connor? So if she shouted his name, that really puts him in a bad spot. Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me here. You're scared? I'm terrified for even coming up with this. With what? Prosecutor Blackwell, you want to know if I'm worthy of my badge? I'm about to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride. Oh? Then I can't take it you won't be changing your argument. Still, it stands that it's a bit odd for the victim to be the one yelling, "You're a goner." I agree. That's what the victim was saying, but it's not. Heh. Alright, then there you go. I asked the question, what is the significance of Hugh's name? Turned out it was for wordplay with a statement, with a piece of evidence. I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Miss Sykes. Not exactly. But you don't have to add fuel to the fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed Professor Court's voice on the tape, she was shouting because she was... threatening O'Connor, being threatened by O'Connor, threatening O'Connor, or scolding him. Okay, so she was threatening him, being threatened, or scolding him. Was she threatening him? Nope. That's not it. I mean, no. I should have thought about that a little bit more. It sounded like everyone was saying that she was a really good person. She'd never threat somebody. But she is a teacher. So maybe she was scolding him. Or was she... yeah. Okay. Yeah. I went too fast. I didn't look before I left. I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying you're a goner? What are you up to now, Athena? Professor Court's planner says she was supposed to meet with the witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Court get angry with him during their private meeting. I don't see how this changes what we heard on the tape. Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you're mad at him, but, and this is important, use his full name. Okay, let's see. Hugh O'Connor! Huh. What'd I do to deserve that? Yes, like that. Now try again, but faster. Hugh O'Connor! Hugh... O'Connor? Hugh O'Connor? O'Connor? Wait a second! No, this can't be! You think I'd spend the energy to lead you this far if it wasn't true? But it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect. That's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters, or the wind for voices. Or chandeliers for yokai. Now that you mention it, you can do this, Athena. Just give the old guy one more little push. The sound on the tape recorder never was the phrase, "You're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard, when in fact, it was the witness getting yelled at. The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. I think you're right. Well, what was that last part again? Never mind. The important thing is that the voice was recorded isn't our client's. And since it was the victim scolding the witness, he must now join the list of suspects. Huh!
Objection!
Huh! I had thought that testimony would suffice, but it seems to have come to this. I will not allow such fallacious quibbles to upend this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court. Evidence? What's he going to pull out now? Feast your eyes on this photo, and let me see that insolent look vanish from within them. Here you go, baby. Let's see here. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim. The photograph shows professor and student preparing for the mock trial together. Wait, was this taken in the art room? The room where the murder occurred? Indeed it was. But the revelations do not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on the tape. Oh no, she lied about going home. At least, that is the implication here. What? The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after this photo was taken. Yes. And who took the photo? It seems the defendant's culpability in this crime is quite obvious. Junie was Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered? What now? Nothing I say can change this fact. Understand now? You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might, such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of truth. Oh. Listen, Missing. The person you'd like to save more than anyone else in the world, I'd be willing to wager that your defense isn't what they desire. But I became a lawyer so I could... You still fail to understand? After so much pain and defeat? The courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up! Oh, man. Getting intense with Blackwell voice is, put me through the ringer. Reset time is here, but course still in session. Yep. If he thinks I'm giving up now, he's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him. Him, you say? We got some Athena lore getting dropped? But I can't think of any way to strike back. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? That's impossible! How could I smile under these circumstances even if I forced it? This is better than bad. Who knew Blackquill had that one waiting in the wings? Why didn't that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? Wait, maybe this was his real plan? Was he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't got a clue. Who's the real killer? Who murdered Professor Constance Court? Robin Newman? A girl who'd been forced to live a lie as a guy? Or was it Hugh O'Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court? It was the headmaster! He did it somehow. There seems to be a little reason to debate the defense's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come. The real killer is the person who took the photo. No! That's not gonna happen, man! What's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt a judge about to hand down a... Maybe, but false verdicts are a no-no. What? Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper's not the killer. I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is? What is she up to now? Yep, I know because the real killer is... me. It's me! What? It was me! I did it alone, just me! I don't get it. Why is she confessing? Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There's even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems. Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends. Just so he can walk free. Get it over with. Declare me guilty already. Oh no, wait, what? What is going on? Please, wait. Was she practicing her Black Quill voice too? That's why she's coughing? Juniper, what are you doing? Thank you for all you've done, Thena. But you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer. Junie? No! Don't do it! Hugh and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is... me. I alone am responsible for the entire crime. What? Junie, you know that's not true. Hurry up and retract your statement. Is Hugh gonna step forward and admit his guilt now? I'm afraid it's true. Forgive me, Thena. The unfortunate thing is that we have two confessions, so... Order! Order! Will someone please explain what's going on here? Huh. I see right through your cheap ploy. School rules state that a prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. A guilty verdict here would make whatever dreams one had go up in a puff of smoke. Oh, I wasn't aware. Even meek little mice will fight when cornered. A pitiful spectacle, I might add. These vermin are trying to protect each other now that they've nowhere else to run. Protect each other? Wait. So is Robin just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... We're getting a lot of these right now. Too many vine booms. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. This whole thing's a joke. Uh-oh. Now it's Hugh's turn. What? What is wrong with kids these days? I know what just crossed your mind, Miss Sykes. Okay. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow, he really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. Everyone's Spartacus. I think it's about time I told you the truth. I'll even get right to the point. It was me. I did it. Wait. What? I'm Spartacus. Now, both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. I'm so confused right now. If you still have doubts, how about I detail my murder plot? It's absolutely genius. Enough of this nonsense! This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama! I see I have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to... Oi, wait, your baldness! I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm in no position to hound down a verdict just yet. I am hoping that the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case. Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming. Huh. Fine. Do as you wish. That brings today's proceedings to a close. Court is adjourned. Things are getting chaotic. Oh, and we're just gonna be to be continued right here. I think the game is taking pity on me. So trial day 1. Yep, we're in investigation day 2. Okay then. Well. So, I've got some thoughts. Either the headmaster did it, and they're covering for him, or maybe they all did do it. They all conspired to kill her, and they're trying to use that fact to muddle up the facts. I don't know what the actual theme here is. All we know is that all three of them were fighting tooth and nail to not, or maybe they're just gonna try to drag this case along so that a verdict is impossible, so that nobody actually gets a conviction. Because I remember that trials can only go for 3 days before a forced verdict, and if a verdict can't be reached, then they just go with not, like, either they suspend the trial, they cancel the trial or something. But things are heating up. They were fighting tooth and nail to keep their alibis airtight. Then all of a sudden, they just all come up at once and confess to guilt. And I, for one, don't know what to do with this information. It's, certainly is a courtroom drama for the ages. You are very welcome for the stream. Glad you had fun. Blorf. And thank you if you're watching this stream as a VOD, so you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream goes up. We will re-adjourn on Monday to see what the next investigation turns up. I'm still holding on fast that the headmaster did it. Because of that smile, and his ends justify the means thing. But we'll just have to see as this sordid case moves forward. Until then, game out.